I was kind of hoping that the music would be on. Oh, well. What's up, guys? How's it going today? So, as you may have noticed, we are trying something a little bit different. I've got it set up so I can do some of the YouTube editing just by highlighting the Twitch. Um, that might save me a little time. I know it's a little different, but I think it might actually end up working out. If anybody has an issue with it, or if anybody has any, problems or anything like that, just let me know. If you don't think it's working out, let me know any suggestions or something. You can get a hold of me in the Discord. Um, if you have not joined our Discord, you can do so here. Or if you're watching on YouTube, might actually put a link to the Discord down in the doobly-doo. One of the things I think I am going to do is I'm going to lower the sound. It's just a little bit loud. All right, so we've got a few things that I want to get done today in this little segment here. I do know that I started building up what is going to be the beginning of our stairs going up, or so what's going to be our going upstairs. I might need to adjust this a little bit. Whoa. Okay. This iron pickaxe is incredibly fast. Yeah, I don't want pine. It sounds like we might have a storm on the horizon. I'm gonna do the same thing over here. And of course, we're hungry. Do we have any food? It's empty. That's empty. Anything down here? Nope. Empty down here, too. Looks like it's going to be berries tonight. Those are both chiseled. That's chiseled. We got some more berries over here. Really wanting to get down there and get that iron, meteoric iron. Yeah, that's what I thought. I don't have nearly enough. And we've got the basalt. We can turn into basalt cobblestone. But this is pretty much granite, and I kind of want to keep it granite. Um, let's clean up the inventory a little bit before we go mining. We do have the peanuts, so the peanuts will be a good food source. We've got a bowl of rotten food. It's always nice. I guess that would be kind of handy. Just have a little bit of dirt on us. Uh, this is all oak. All oak. Uh, put that in there. Those iron blooms there. let's go get some more granite. Eventually, we're gonna have to turn our road that way. I think though. Hmm. Yeah. Just gonna mine into this hill. Hey, down east, how is it going tonight, my man? So good evening and God bless. God bless you too, brother. We're just kind of chilling out. I'm gonna play some Vintage Story. I've done a couple of different things that might make putting the videos up on YouTube and getting everything prepared for YouTube a little bit easier for me. My Be Right Back screen, I have set up a Be Right Back screen specifically for Aura Fury. That kind of goes with an ending of a YouTube video. And then I've got a starting screen, so when I decide to take a break, probably around maybe the 2 hour mark or so, that will be the end of this segment and then the beginning of the next segment. It's just going. I know that feeling. And what's up, Wolf? So let me ask you this, down east. You say it's going. Is that like a good thing or a bad thing? Dinner out was pretty good. Yeah, I understand that a lot on the plate. Kind of been the same here. You know, with just like trying to get the YouTube set up and trying to get the YouTube to kind of go through. Yeah, I completely understand. If you ever need anything, Dummies, do not hesitate to let me know. I mean, even if it's just an ear to hear, I'm willing. And there's the train. Really do have enough low fertility soil. I mean, I guess it kind of works out because I do need to do some terraforming too. I want to terraform that area of the island. So there's some extra. Oh, you have a wedding. Who's getting married? You? Oh, you're getting married. Well, congratulations. That's awesome. Yeah, we're pretty much full on. It felt like I was gonna sneeze. Yeah, so we're pretty much full on granite. I need to turn on my mini map. My mini map wasn't on. Settings, interface, show minimap. Yeah, between getting everything finished and set up for that and working, don't have much time to stream at the moment, which honestly, you shouldn't feel bad about that. You know, life happens. It's okay. You know, if you're beating yourself up because life happens and you don't have enough time to stream, then you I'm pretty sure your audience will understand that, you know, you've got stuff that you've got to do IRL too. That should be more than enough granite to get this area finished up. Oh yeah. We could. Not quite enough. So now I got to figure out how exactly do I want to do the stairs? I mean, it'd be really cool if I could do like a spiral staircase. But I feel like that would be really, really hard to do. It'd be a lot of chiseling too. I do not have grandkids yet. I got one on the way though. But then again, I wasn't either. Yeah. Because I could go stare around the edge, and that might look pretty decent. We've got a ton of. Surprisingly, don't have a whole lot of maple on us. I mean, I do have maple trees here that I can chop down. Oak. Hold still so I can hit you. Hey, Dick Griggs, thanks for that lurk, man. Why you no give me anything? Yeah, it's not gonna give me anything. Go figure. Fill up this hole. And I will bury the rabbit. It's like I have enough dirt. And then when I actually start using it, is no, I don't. Let's grab a saw. We'll turn these into planks. And then we can turn those into slabs. Yeah, set those to only horizontal. No, I don't want to do it. I can work with this. So first and foremost, we're going to pull up the chisel. Hmm. I thought that would have been a good idea, but I'm not 100% sure now. That's one way to get rid of chiseled blocks, is just make them disappear. I really could just do stairs. Wouldn't be hard. But I kind of don't like the idea of... We do it that there. Hey! Hey, Chovy, what is going on, my man? And we got Warrior. So we got a double raid. Nice. Very, very nice, guys. That's awesome. A double raid. It's going, man. I've done a little bit of tweaks on like how everything was set up and um, how the programs or how the Streamlabs working out. So one of the things that I'm wanting to do is so I could just pretty much highlight the video and post it straight up. Ah, hey, you're fine, Warrior. Thanks for the raid, man. I appreciate you bringing your community over. I'm a far cry from Sea of Thieves, but we are thinking about eventually building an airship. That could be cool. But to answer your question, Chovy, it's been going pretty good. Got to go out with my wife tonight, um, and I've kind of set up a situation with the um, like the beginning and the be right back screen. So when I decide that I'm going to go ahead and take a break, I'll just go to my be right back screen, and that'll actually be the end of one video, and then I go to my the quote unquote vintage story starting screen, which will be the beginning of another video, and I could just go into YouTube or go into Twitch, highlight those videos, and post them straight up to YouTube. And I think that's going to save me a lot of time. We are currently trying to figure out how we want to build our stairs. No, I didn't think that was going to work. I think what I might end up having to do here. No, that's not going to work either. I already shouted out Warrior Dragon. It's just thinking Claptrap yelling stairs. I mean, that would work. That actually might end up working out pretty well. If I put a beam there. And then I put another beam here. Build up the wall. Then that gives us this here. That we can build down. You didn't see that I was burning myself. It's like Oprah in here. We shouting out warrior all day. I need to spend 15 minutes on fire and Sea of Thieves to get a decoration out. Oh, nice. It's like you get a shout out, and you get a shout out, and you get a shout out, and you get a shout out. "50 minutes on fire." That actually sounds like it might be relatively difficult. Alright. I mean, they're gonna burn it anyway. I might as well benefit it. So I just on Warrior Ship eating pineapples because they restore. Nice. There's actually pineapples in this game. I think I might have found one. Okay, I do not want to do that because that is the floor. Really should just mine down so I can use these last two stairs. And then from there, we'll do another landing. Yeah, I knew I was going to get hungry here soon. You just wonder how in the world do those pirates eat half of the pineapple in a single bite, skin and all. That, I have absolutely no clue. No clue at all, my man. Yeah, I think we've grabbed all of my blueberries. We've got cranberries over here. The spikes would hurt, but video games? What spikes? Oh, on the pineapple. Gotcha. Yeah, and honestly, like the skin on a pineapple would be really, really hard to chew. I don't want to try it anytime soon. Um, and we got some more oak logs. I'm gonna finish this out just to make it look a little bit better because I'm kind of OCD like that. Mess that one up. Got one, two, three, four. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. So this one here should be 4 as well. And all of this actually needs to be broken away. Superboat's probably going to take a few more days and just try to decorate my ship to the point where I can entirely understand, man. Honestly, I've been spending like a ton of time just in building this house. Uh, all I have to do is my setup. I can dedicate my time to the inside of the ship. Yeah. How is the house coming along though? It's actually coming along pretty good. I'm upgrading the cellar. So we finally like, if you remember, I did have a door here and a door here. I've removed that door so I can actually put in stairs going up to the second story. Um, Now it's a question of whether I want to just leave this as like a jut, which I might. It might make the roofing a little bit easier to do. Um, so this is probably going to go gable to gable, and then come out to another little gable end on here. I'll have another roof that will come up and meet this part that goes over the pit cone area here, and then another area that'll come out to a gable end on this. Um, it's probably going to end up being what's going to happen. Dragon says I got the last pieces of the Ashen Dragon set today. I still want some dragons on the inside, and the only way to do that is to get class 10 being on fire, and it's 5 minutes per class. Wow. It sounds super complicated, but very nice. Yeah, roofing, like any kind of roofing in Minecraft or the blocky these type of games, it can be kind of complicated. It's hard to get set up, and sometimes it's really hard to get to look right. Uh, in this game, especially because I've got to make. I'm planning on using tiles or shingles, and that in itself is a super chore. Because with the shingles, I have to make out the shingle or make the shingles out of clay, and then fire them in the oven. Dragon says I'm already at class 5 or 6, I think. I'd need to check. I understand that. We do have the apiary over there, so I can get more candles if I wanted to. Um, actually, come to think of it, my food should be done. Yes, my food is done. And I keep on forgetting the fact that I have pineapples. Or not pineapples, peanuts. And I know I'm like super ADD when it comes to these games. It's like, okay, well, what can I do? This is what I got. All right, I'm gonna go do this, and then, oh wait, I've got this project that I need to get complete. And in survival, where I can't, it's good that though these games have a ton to keep track of. It seems. Yeah, I mean, it's just like Minecraft. And I'm pretty sure you've played Minecraft, Joey. This game can actually be worse than Minecraft, though. I'm really debating if I want to go as far in my terraforming, because I could, in theory, take this little jut from this island and come all the way down and around to here. You played Minecraft near launch on survival, but it's come a long way. I like watching it more than playing it. Okay, I can understand that. One of the things about the new Minecraft is like the new versions of Minecraft. You don't have to remember recipes anymore, and that's also one of the things that I like about this game. Is you don't have to remember recipes. So if let's say I hover over the pine log here, and I hit H. Oh, I'm in chat. Um, but so I hover over the pine log here and I hit H. It's actually going to tell me everything that I can make with um, that pine log. And if I want to figure out how to make it, all I got to do is click on it, and it tells me exactly what I need to make that particular item. So that's one of the benefits. Is the crafting wiki is essentially baked into the game. What is You're talking about a bigger flax farm. Yeah, flax is no joke. Um, Speaking of, what is our farm? Yeah, we can plant some more flax, so that's what I'm gonna do. Honestly, by the time I log in tomorrow, this might actually be done. Either tomorrow or the next day. So if that isn't fallow, or if that's ready to plant, I'm going to plant it. Yeah, that was one of my biggest complaints about Minecraft. It's like I'm definitely in the situation of that Minecraft song is how do I craft this again? And I hear so many drifters right now. I know that there is a cave down here somewhere. I get the feeling that that is where I'm hearing them from, but I don't know where it is. Trying to mine toward the sounds. I need a bigger farm. Yeah, I do need a bigger farm. Eventually, I am going to work on making a bigger farm. Aha! I think I found the cave, guys. You learned all the redstone component recipes in Minecraft? Oh yeah, this is gonna be fun. Wow, we have a there's a lot of drifters. Yeah, it's time to go. Okay, so we found the cave. I don't know how much. Got 4 bandages. Yes, yes, definitely. Um, are you gonna play? Sound alerts is on. Oh, it's through Blurp. I didn't realize that was still up there. It didn't go off. It is set up through Blurp. And I don't have Blurp activated. Um, Hold on a sec. First off, I'm trying. That's not what I'm trying to. That's not what I'm trying to figure out. Thing. You have 15K more. Well, I mean that kind of tells me that I need to either go in and um, yeah, I'll need to remove that. Um, and I might actually, since sound alerts only allow for like 5. And we've got Hello There, the Turtly Enough, where the Turtles, Cowabunga, and TNT theme. I might throw in some blurb just for some sound alerts, but a lot of the sound alerts through the channel are done through sound alerts for like 0 bits. So that's kind of why I didn't really think about it. I wasn't even considering the fact that it wasn't working anymore. don't know how to add points. There we go. There's the wolf. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing, Dragon. You are a moderator. I believe you do have the option to add points. So if you want, you can add your channel points back, and I will see if I can figure out how to do it. And I'll get you your 500 channel points back. The 500 for toss some bits. Well, that is the only two uh, that is really worth that I have cost and or that I have as a cost. And that's kind of the reason why. I could redeem it for you if you wanted me to. Maybe just this once. I don't believe you can add channel points. I'll look into it. And Downey says you can, he just doesn't remember how. It's a good one. What's a good one? $15,000 more. I'm gonna have to come up with some better rewards because I think the highest reward currently is 5,000, um, and that is for me to put on the mask. The 500-bit sound alert, yes, yes, I like it. The 500 bits is the full version. The one for 50 is just the short version. And that is how you make stairs when you don't have any. You prefer the full version? Let's see here. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, we are getting... I don't know if this is probably the best idea in the world, considering the fact how many drifters I found down here. No, 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 no. It's not that type of mask, man. It's a Donatello mask. Maybe I should change that, change the name then. That might make it sound a little bit better. We've got just a massive hallway here. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, that's understandable too. Yeah, this goes right down over top of it, so... I'm gonna have to get down here and light this area up. I have a KN95, a medical mask, and a face shield, all because we can't risk anybody getting into my... or anything getting into my dad's... Wow. I don't know this sound. I mean, like, I know this kind of sounds like I understand your situation, Dragon. It's, you know, you want to keep your dad safe and all that, but when it comes to COVID, I am so over COVID. It's like it was gone, and then now it's back, and then it was gone, now it's back, and it's like it's just over and over and over and over again. It keeps on repeating. It's like, just quit talking about it. Who cares? I'm so over it. Not saying that it's not an issue, not saying that it's not a problem. It's just the fact that it's been it's like the dead horse at this point. Yeah, dialysis is no joke. We can make some more. I'm just surrounded by drifters. I can hear. I hear them. That's all I hear right now is drifters. They're outside. They're below the house. You should see what I have to do to help him on the machine. I would have to leave my room, wash my hands, go to my dad's room, wash my hands again. Wow. Then use hand sanitizer, then put on clean gloves. I'm sorry, dude. That's got to be tough. I am going to make a scythe because I don't think we have one yet. And honestly, I do kind of like the idea of expanding the forge area. As you get used to it with time, yeah. So I gotta get down there and light up that cave. Or fill in the cave. One of the two. But there's no question of how deep that cave goes and how big it is. But before we do go exploring the cave, I'm going to need bandages. So that is the reason why we're making a scythe. Done in roughly October timeline. I hope so, man. I'll be praying for you, definitely. Put that there. I've also got oak boards and walnut boards that I'm not really doing much with. This is much quicker than using the knife. This should give us plenty. It's also assuming bad. Right. That's another thing we just gotta pray for. And stand in faith on. And I know that it's not guaranteed, but just pray and keep our fingers crossed, man. That's all we can do. And most likely it will graft in, but yeah, there's still that small chance. Agreed. I guess we're gonna get the papyrus too. Mow the lawn. I would hate to mow a big lawn with nothing but a scythe. That would so suck. What is that? Aurochs food mix. That's something new. And I'm hitting the wrong button. Still hitting the wrong button. Of course. We need food ourselves. I think I'm gonna have to go hunting. I mean, I got bread I could make. Need vegetable and the rain. Yeah, so we definitely need a bigger farm. Also need to build a greenhouse. But I've got that dealio down there. I'm not going to need the hammer for a minute. I wanted to put the scythe outside. That is the reason why I made that. Excuse me. So it's either 8 of those or 3 of the bales. And we do need to, like, we need to work on getting chickens too. Feathers are a thing. Um, yep, give them away up. That's smart. Ow, ow, ow. Yeah, this is not good. We've got runes though. Yeah, I have a feeling that I might just die. Oh, that was so close. Okay, now I've got to explore this because I have ruins. I saw them. Ooh, we got 2 scrolls. Some rye seeds, some carrot seeds, a rusty gear. We got some spider webs, more rusty gears. Another pile of rusty gears. Nice. Got some metal parts. I mean, it's definitely not the... Like, it's not a treasure trove. And I can find granite cobblestone just about anywhere. This stuff right here, the aged wooden planks, that's a good find. I do want to keep this. Oh, great. And it goes down. Really? Where in the heck did you guys come from? It must have spawned in the darkness. We might get this back up there. I just want it because it's like a decorative item. Yeah, and now we have a way for drifters to come up from the depths and right into our base. want to get down there and get those. You learned some interesting things. What'd you Yeah, I was doing some research on dragons. Okay, and you learned some interesting things. What'd you learn? We've got a train coming, by the way. Just warning. Dude freaking scared me. Oh my god, they just keep on piling up here. Okay, we got water. And yeah, because that looks like uh, that is the riverbed. Okay. And I'm out of torches. Looks like this is pretty much dead end anyway. And there's another deep drifter. I'm going to try to get in here and get this. Oh, we're hungry. It's like, who's attacking me now? It's only been roughly 1,000 years since dragons have lost their connection with water. Um, Believe it or not, the Mesopotamian people, not the first one to have dragons in mythology, and it was not the Chinese. Who was the first ones? We're just going to get out of here, and we are going to ignore these and juke these dudes. There we go. Let's see, Mesopotamian people. Um, I'm assuming that means like people in the Middle East. Yeah, I could be wrong though. The first dragons appear in an unknown city-state type deal outside of ancient China. No one has been able to figure out exactly what they're called, but the Chinese would come in and take the idea of dragons about 5,000 years later. Hmm. That's interesting. So, one of the things that I've been saying is like, what's the story with Vintage Story? We actually have a piece of lore that we just found. So, let's read and let's find out a little bit. Let's open this scroll and find out a little bit of lore. And then I'm going to take a quick break. Discovered lore letters, part 1 of 8. But the idea of a dragon at that time was very different than they are today. Yeah, I can imagine. Was Chinese is mostly the the serpentine dragons. So letters. Quartermaster's ledger. Date unknown. Our food stocks are depleted. We've only the dried wolf and rabbit meat left. Largely, we're left chewing leather now. Our vests, our boots, our vests, our belts, our boots. We draw our last breath. The huntsman corpse managed to trap 2 healthy squirrels and a gray gosling. Not more than 10 hours ago, I'd wager. Was not nearly enough to feed all the workmen. The ones in the mines had to be prioritized, as expected of their labor. Despite the additional meal, their health is declining. We are running out of options. Furthermore, Joseph, Barda, and Jaren were taken this day. They did not go willingly. The others might still have a chance. I have to believe so, for my own sake. Very interesting. I want to make it to the end of my life having not eaten rabbit or squirrel, but I may be missing out. I don't know. Honestly, I've had rabbit. I don't think I've had squirrel. But from my understanding, they both taste like chicken. And it would make sense. If I was hungry, though, I'd eat a squirrel. Blind Bat Rickard, part 1 of 8. Never go into the caves. Chicken, though. So this piece of lore says, never go into the caves. Never go under the ground. Haven't you heard the story of Blind Bat Rickard? He was a young boy, just like you. Curious, rambunctious, and ready for adventure. Some say he was born in one of the villages around here. Well, there wasn't much to do in the fields for a boy like that. He couldn't be bothered with tilling the soil or gathering wheat. One year, as it came to be harvest season, he decided to slip away while everyone else was working. He knew his father would be furious, but Rickard was a greedy boy, and he wanted his adventure. After a long day of traipsing through heath and forest, young Rickard had a great deal of fun. Now the wrath of his father was clear in his mind. He was terrified of going home, so he decided he would stay out for the night and give his father time to calm down and worry about him. He wasn't very bright, but he wasn't very stupid either. He at least knew better than to be caught roaming about at night. By the time the sun had almost gone, he had stumbled upon a deep, well-hidden cave and decided he would pass the night there. And that's all we got. It's interesting, though. And now we got spider webs. Got some carrot seeds, some rye seeds. Where did I put my gears? That's 28 rusty gears. That is not bad at all. Yeah, I want to do... So what we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna grab some more oak. They were ginormous serpents, often said to bring rain and live in the sea. There was some account that some of them were so big they could wrap around the whole world and bite their own tail. Yeah, the Ouroboros. I've that is a legend I am familiar with. One, two, three, four. Religious spread things changed. Instead of bringing the rain, they started to hold the rain inside of. Instead of bringing the rain, they started to hold the rain inside of bringing the rain. I remember that Snake Pass cave on Xbox, just infinite tails. Okay. Honestly, what we may end up doing, because I do want to weigh in on the other side. I think it'd probably be best here. I mean, it almost doesn't look right because it's like on the outside of the. I don't know. It doesn't look too bad, I guess. Then things changed even more, where they started to link dragons with underground rivers, lakes, and oceans. For no longer humanity, but not against it either. Just kind of indifferent. Yeah, I mean the evolution of like um, mythology and what people believed to be mythology, I can kind of see that. Let's see here. Got one. So for plaster, we do quicklime and sand. We do have plenty of sand. Um, I could make more quicklime if I really wanted to. Kind of excited to get these because these are somewhat rare. And now I'm getting to the point that I'm running out of places to store stuff. We have so much flax. That should actually stack us up to the ceiling. No, not quite. Pretty close though. And the question is, did was it dragons that changed? You know, like I don't think it was necessarily the dragons that changed. I think it was just humans' understanding of them. Because one could actually stand and argue that there is no, yeah, that dragons were simply a mythological made-up creature. And before I do anything with that, I'm gonna have to make a iron anvil, and that's not gonna be fun because I need borax. Um, some cultures added wings, others added arms or legs, or both, and things just kept changing and evolving. Got really weird when the classic Western Dragon was finally a thing because the Western Dragon was straight up against humanity, but that was not new. What was really interesting was how the Western Dragon was related to water because it was often said when a knight killed a dragon, there they would have a full river flowing from the dragon's heart, and the world would cry or it would rain when the dragon was slain, and because the dragon was uh, the protector of something. Well, that's interesting. I've never heard that part before. Um, I do know. Our sword is almost toast. I want to say that we might be able to break it down. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, we're not going to get anything out of it. Um, the axe is almost toast. Uh, yeah, that was part. That part was kind of forgotten, especially in past 1,000 years or so. But trying to find all of this out of a rabbit hole, I've not yet gotten to the bottom of it all. There's some aspects of it that I'm now curious about. Yeah, that happens to me a lot too. Like a lot, a lot. All right. another train. Don't ask me why I'm even bothered with this. Making it this detailed on the bottom, of all things. All right, the bridge is complete. Yeah, very fancy stairs. Oh, okay, that is cool. I did find it interesting how most dragons throughout history were always connected to water in some way. Um, just kind of love studying old mythology. I'm not saying I believe any of it. It's just very interesting to me. And Jovi, very fancy. Yeah. This is going to be the funniest thing I've seen in quite some time. Someone apparently thinks that the raptor, yes, the dinosaur, would evolve into the Western dragon. And then the Western dragon would evolve into all other types of dragon, including the Chinese version, which was very different. I've actually kind of heard that. I've heard something to that extent. Is that dinosaurs, like dinosaurs, evolved into dragons. Uh, and honestly, it kind of sounds like somebody who's just got way too much time in their hands thinking about all that. Hi, how are you? And I put away my sword. Most likely it would be the wyvern because none of the other ones should be able to fly. I mean, I guess the drake would also be pretty likely since it's not supposed to fly. Chovy says either too much time or maybe LSD. Yeah, that could be a pretty good explanation too, Jovi. Um, oh, nice. She found 74 pieces of blue wallpaper, table and chairs, and a TL. So that's nice. Um, Joey says, yeah, dragons are myth, but they are everywhere in mythology, so wacky theorists probably go nuts with it. As Rodriguez says, it's possible. Yeah. Um, I think that's one of the things that like really is kind of interesting about the dragon myth. Is it is everywhere. And I would honestly go as far as to saying that that kind of lends to the idea that maybe, just maybe, there were actually large lizards or dinosaurs somewhere where man and quote unquote dinosaurs actually lived together. It is very rare. Not for sure I understand that. It is everywhere. Correct. Keeps pushing you up. I'm going to assume, um, or it keeps popping up. But I would say that that is actually one of the autocorrect keeps messing me up. But yeah, I would say that's one of the ideas or one of the things that we could look at that could possibly indicate that at some point in time, large lizards or large lizard like creatures actually did interact with man. Um, I don't want to say, yeah, I don't really have too much of a problem because I'm not normally on my phone. Um, One of the things that I don't want to say and I don't want to be is, I don't want to claim is that the Creation Museum, um, it's something that I was actually planning on doing a reaction video to. I've Jovi says I am on PC now, but when I am, I always struggle. I don't always watch Twitch on my phone, but when I do, autocorrect sucks. I'm gonna make that a meme. But I don't want to go around and I don't want to say that I'm a 100% proponent for young Earth creation. I don't want to, yeah, I don't want to be that guy because it's really hard to take a definitive stance on that. Um, because there is two creation accounts in Genesis. There's one in Genesis 1 and then there's one in Genesis 2. And what if there is a gap in there? Okay? And I'm saying, what if? I'm not necessarily saying that it's correct. I'm not necessarily saying that it's wrong. What I'm saying is that one of the biggest problems that atheists and agnostics really jump into is the fact, or is that idea and that concept of young earth creation. Um, if we could find some way to kind of, or if we found something in scripture that wasn't necessarily young earth creation, it could really, really, really end up blowing things out of the water. Dragon says, I've heard the theory that the idea of the dragon came about from someone who apparently would have discovered a complete set of dinosaur bones, which is very unlikely because they usually don't come complete when I do. It's usually not in the right place. That is actually very possible. Chubby says, yeah, that is an area, and in my mind, open to it could be either way, and it doesn't change my faith. Few things in, yeah, I 100% agree, Chovy. I'm just saying, like, in the apologetic circle, um, and I do believe, like, 100% Dragon, the idea of dinosaur bones, especially if they would have discovered, say, a pterodactyl, okay, that would have been like, oh, somebody would have came up with the concept of dragons and all of this other stuff. I could definitely see that happening. Or like maybe the Chinese dragon, like a Paleosaurus or something in that extent. Yeah, that would have definitely been something that would have spurred the imagination to come up with something like the Chinese dragon. So that has a really good, it's a really good concept and a really good idea. Um, but with the whole young Earth creation thing and that, you're right, it doesn't necessarily change my faith. But in the apologetic circle, if we could possibly come to a conclusion and quit arguing over stuff, that would be awesome. Like, your first take of dragons was Chinese, and that would actually make sense because it's very possible. Especially in the Chinese area, they did a lot of excavation, a lot of a lot of construction, and very coastal areas. So it's possible that they would have found, say, a plesiosaur skeleton or something like that in that area, which would have spurred the legend of the Chinese dragon. What I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to go ahead and take a quick break, and then I will be back. We've got I need to make plaster because I want to start building up the second story of the house. And it also might be a good idea for me to make shingles. That's going to take a long time to make shingles. And I also still hear drifters down there. It's a lot of lanterns. You may go to bed in that time. If you do, great night. God bless. Thank you, Chody. I appreciate that, man. You have yourself a good sleep. But I will be back. And for those of you watching on YouTube, thank you for watching. I appreciate it. I will be back shortly. For those of you on Twitch, for those on YouTube, you'll probably end up getting the next part of this video and the next day. So, until then, thank you for tuning in and have a good one. I am back. How's it going, guys? If you're joining us on YouTube, thank you for your patience and waiting for the next VOD. Thank you for tuning in. And if you're waiting on Twitch, thank you for your patience and waiting for me as I took a quick, much needed bio break. So, for those on YouTube, hey, how's it going? We're back. In this portion of, in this video, one thing that I want to do is I do want to make some, I want to make up some tiles, um, and get some tiles, so we're ready for the, um, we're ready to start building the roof. While I do that, I think I might go ahead and make up some plaster, and I want to get, here comes the train, of course. Making the tiles, I want to make some plaster, and I want to try to finish up some of the chiseling on my pit guns. While we were on break, Dragon posted, I mean, it's unlikely that they found a complete set, but they could have found maybe a few different bits and pieces of different dinosaurs, and then tried to put them together the best way they could, and came up with the idea of the dragon possible. Before the break, we were actually talking about like where the legend of dragons actually came up, and I think Dragonheart's onto something. It could have been a situation where somebody stumbled onto like a set of dinosaurs, maybe not a complete set, but they found a decent amount of dinosaur bones, and that is what spurred the legend of the dragon. Uh, I think it's a really, really good theory. And honestly, what I should have done while we were on break, I should have ran. There's not really a whole lot that's going to go on, so I am going to go ahead and run an ad here really quick. Thank you for your patience. This is mainly for anybody that decides to drop in so they don't get the pre-rolls. We'll be back in about a minute and 30 seconds. Trying to get the hang of like the hotkeys, changing views, and all of that stuff becomes very, very, very big pain in the butt. We're gonna do blue clay shingles. So I'm gonna grab my blue clay here. We might have to go get some more. Um, clearing out a workspace so that we can start making the shingles. This will also come in hand. This will also come in handy with breeding the cows. I think once we get enough generation ones, we're going to go ahead and kill off the generation zeros. And of course, we're getting hungry. I don't know if we have any berries that are ripe. I think we might have actually ate all of our berries. Those are flowering. Yeah, we don't have any ripe berries. That's inconvenient, to say the least. Wait, what about these? Aha. We do have the peanuts. I keep on forgetting about the peanuts. Where are the shingles? This is going to be one of those rather tedious moments. Because I have a feeling I'm going to need a lot of these. Probably going to be a few batches, in all honesty. No, 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 no. Hold on a sec. Purdy wants to go into the bedroom. I'll be right back. Oh. All right. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I might even be making more than the clay that I have on me will allow. How many is that? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's 9 there. Ten. One, two. Oops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. One more. And I messed up. I hear drifters. I hear a rift. And yet we're still placing our little shingle plots. Oh yeah, I have a feeling I'm going to need more clay. This should be more than enough shingles for the roof. Fingers crossed. Oh wow, the rift's right there. Um, I think for the time being, I'm going to go ahead and close this off until I can get to the point that I've actually got my second story up. Um, we've got berries, so I think we're going to go ahead and make some porridge while we're waiting for the night to night to end. See, this is what happens when we try to go downstairs. I need to go through and clear that area out. Yeah, there's a cave underneath us. We found a ruin in it, and we've got some. We did get some aged planks, which I might end up using for paths. Need to make a stack of torches. I don't know if that's going to be enough to actually cook all of the torches. But we're going to see what we can do. What the? How in the heck did you guys get in here? Did I leave the door open? No. Unless they spawn down here in the dark. I mean, I guess that's a thing. It's 30 past midnight here. I should probably go to bed. Alright, Dragon. Well, you have yourself a good one, man. I appreciate you hanging out. It's like 1:30 here. I'm probably going to go for maybe a couple more hours or so. And I'm probably going to end up calling it a night, too. Where'd the other one go? There you were. You have yourself a wonderful sleep, and God bless you, bro. I appreciate you hanging out and keeping me company. Oh, you're supposed to go into the back. It's kind of frustrating, like, that they won't go. That's actually doing really good. It probably actually wouldn't be a bad idea to make some more crocs, too. I hate drifters. Um, also wouldn't be a bad idea to fill up the wood area. Eh, there is the fact that I have 16 left. It should be enough to cook it. All my tools are pretty much dead. So I really do need to make new tools. I guess the collapse chest really doesn't do anything. Because I can't even access it anymore. Just gonna go ahead and break it. Um, make up some more iron blooms while we're at it. That's got quartz in it, so we can get some glass while we're at it. And honestly, 100% truth be told, I'm probably going to expand this side over here. Going to turn it into maybe an open air forge area. Um, I think that sounds. I think that sounds pretty good. Um, now I love how my entire area in here is actually a step down. Um, yeah, firewood's toast. Um, Looks like one quick line to one sand is our plaster. Um, I couldn't even imagine how much plaster we're going to need. Hmm. Yeah, yeah, throw your rocks. We've got plenty of peat, so we can make more quicklime. Um, it's 2 stacks. Three stacks should be enough. I'm gonna go ahead and make it right here. I believe yeah, so 2 pieces turn into one quicklime. Means 1 stack of lime we will get 32 plaster. We're gonna need a lot of that. And this is going to be rather tedious, guys. So Bear with me. I love the clay making mechanism. Like, I really do enjoy the clay crafting mechanism, but it can also be very, very, very boring sometimes. Especially when you're doing something at a rate like this. It's especially going to be true if we end up having to go get more clay, because then that's just going to be even more time consuming. And then you got the firing process, which is even more time consuming. And there's not a whole lot that I can do that's going to make this a lot easier or make it very much quicker. I've just kind of got to go and do it. But the shingle roof is going to look a lot better in the end than, say, a cobblestone roof would. And it's going to end up looking a lot better than, say, uh, a thatch roof would. That's one of the reasons why I'm going with the shingle roof. And of course, I keep on messing up. Oh yeah, I'm gonna need more clay. There's no doubt about it. Honestly, this might take a few in-game days to get this many shingles done. Must have been lag there. Yeah, this is gonna take a while, guys. Really? I'm out of clay already? Why did I not finish up this uh, row when I was at it? Because then I'd just be on the middle. Oh, wow. This is probably about as exciting as watching paint dry. And I'm hungry. That flax porridge does not give much saturation. Ah, forgot about that. If you hold Alt, you can just use the mouse and get a free cursor without moving. I could do like music in the background, but I don't know. I kind of just enjoy the game music. Even though some of the soundtrack can be a little weird, like this one, for instance. What happened? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Luckily, there's some blue clay nearby, so we won't have to go far to get more. I knew I was going to regret doing shingles. I don't think we're going to have enough to finish up this row. We might, but I doubt it. We got 4 more. It's 1. Yep. I didn't think so. It's close, but not quite. So I guess I got to go get more. I gotta go get more clay. There's a deposit of blue clay right over here. Get these leaves out of the way. I don't have to break the blocks that are blocking the water. I don't want to. Looks like there's some more over here. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do the same over here. I'm just gonna go ahead and get all that I can. I'll have to come back in here with some low fertility dirt and fix that up. That should be enough. Should be. And there's another train. It gets so old after a while. This is where you go into YouTube. Like, this is where in YouTube you increase the increase the speed. But I'm not going to increase the speed. We're just going to sit here and we're going to talk our way through doing this very tedious and maybe even rather boring task. Because this is vintage story. Wherein, much like real life, there aren't a whole lot of shortcuts. It is difficult. It is painstaking. Sometimes it is mind-numbing. But after putting hard work and effort into something, you feel truly rewarded. And I'm probably going to end up calling it a night. I hear drifters. I don't want to deal with drifters as I'm trying to make my shingles. Wow, I am just hitting all of the wrong places. Also need to go in and check on that quick line to see how it's doing. It should, if the peat didn't run out before the line was done, then it should be complete. Yeah. That's still going to leave us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I said this was going to take a while. I was not lying. I could just say heck with it and spam it. But then I'm wasting clay. I'm going to have to go back and clean up the shingles anyway, so... And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 here. If I do 2 here and 2 there, that'll leave us with 4. I think that might be what I'm going to do. I'm still being horrible about the placing of it. I feel like I might as well just spam it. But patience is a virtue. You pray to God and you ask for patience, then you get stuff that tests your patience. Oh. I really hope that I have enough blue clay to finish these off. I'm gonna be really, really frustrated if I don't. I'm like extremely frustrated if I don't. because the other blue clay deposit that we have close to us is all the way down here. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll just do this one for now. It's so exciting. So exciting. Oh yeah, I was doing 2. Okay. I mean, that'll leave us a 4x4 area. So, I mean, we are making progress. It's just kind of like the progress that water makes through rock. Then, once we get everything filled out or filled in, we got to go through and clean out the extra. I'm actually really surprised that there isn't any drifters spawning around us. I mean, it's calm, so that's good. And just do this one here. Oh, hungry. I guess I should close the door, huh? Oh. I'm really starting to regret um, deciding to use shingles. Oh, no, I'm just gonna take a picture here. We're gonna put that on the Discord. Um, Hold on. Um, mean, we're definitely coming along. We are like we're not exactly killing it, but we're getting there. So slowly but surely. I think everybody's probably watching Salford with her, very calming English accent. And here I am streaming in the middle of the night and saying, "Howdy, y'all! How you doing?" It's all good though. Honestly, I might actually, if she's on, I might end up rating Salford when we're done. I enjoy watching her content, truth be told. Finally! No. This is extremely, extremely tedious. It's gonna look good though. Like it is going to look good once it's done. And change my title to if I gotta change my title to if I gotta place clay one more shingle time. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more. I don't know what's faster if like I do it in the like 4 rows at a time or if I do it 1 row at a time. This is one of those situations where honestly I'd like chat to keep me company. It's like all I'm doing is holding the mouse button and moving my mouse back and forth just a little bit as I'm cutting off these voxels. Then I slip up and make a boo-boo like that. Oops. Oops again. I'm curious how many shingles do you think we've made? That's my curious. That's what I'm curious. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 per, and we have 12 by 12. So 12 times 12 is 144 times 12. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Hold on one sec. Um, I just did this. Yeah, I'll do that in a second. Um, I wanted to pull up calculator here because I wanted to figure that out. Um, so 12 times 12 times 12. Wow. It's 1,728 shingles. I might have gone a little overboard, just a little bit. But as I said, it is going to look good, and that's all that matters. This is true. Yeah, Wolf says better than needing just two or three more. So, yeah, this is true. If math is correct, uh, sooner or later, we will get this done. I'm looking at 4.5 hours. So I've been doing this, like just this, for the past 2 hours. Well, I think I know what this title is gonna, or what title this is gonna get on YouTube. We're not gonna call it until this is done. Yeah, I might have went over. Put a little overboard. No. There we go. I updated the title. Just one more shingle time. So help me. I honestly don't know if I'm going to make it yet. No, I'm not. I am not going to stop until I've managed to get. Yoshi is just the world's biggest Sudoku. Kind of like that. No, I am actually in the process of making clay shingles so that we can put a roof on our house. I might have actually went a little overboard though, because I figured it out, and if my math is correct, I'm going to have 1,728 shingles. I wish there was a way. And the server's restarting in 30 minutes. Awesome. And we're hungry. With this situation, with the shingles, there really isn't another way to do it. I mean, you can do. Dang it. There are easier ways to like make other projects, like other clay projects. But shingles, they're just they are what they are. You can't make them go any quicker. I wish I could. Yeah, honestly, I think this is the easy way of doing it. Just watched a video and people are using multi-block voxel actions. I don't know. Uh, well, okay. So I can do multi-blocks. Like, for instance, I can do something like this. The problem is I'm down to single voxel on these lines. And I have to, in order to get those single voxels out without messing up the rest of it, then I kind of have to go in by single voxel and take these lines out. No, copy and paste only works, or copy and paste only works if you're on the layer. So I'll show you this right here. It's duplicate layer. Now, if these were 2 layers high, then yeah, I could do that. But since these are essentially 1 layer high, is once I finish them out, I'll show you. On say this one. Once I finish them out, they're done. So the duplicate layer isn't going to help me either. Yeah, bitty Minecraft. Oh, we got a big line here that I didn't see. Honestly, that's kind of what it looks like. It kind of looks like somebody's branch mine from a sky view. Now you say mini Minecraft. Okay, now we are finally getting somewhere. Because we're actually going to start picking them up. Why do I have to provide an outcome? I got a prediction that I just put up. Is how many stacks do you think we've made here? I've got. Well, we're almost up to two already. 80. We're almost up to two. I've got so with that two, I've got one, two, three, four, five, six, seven. I could honestly probably get away or like throw this away. So that's 8 slots. I need to go check on my quick one too while I'm here. I don't need any more of the clay. I just need that one stack that I already have. $80 shingles divided by stacks. Well, I mean, I already figured it out because there's 12 shingles in a placement, and I did 12. There's 12 rows, 12 columns. That is 12 times 12 times 12. If my math is correct, that is 1,728 shingles. And they stack in stacks of 64. I don't know how each craft you are doing are doing. Uh, this one, it's pretty simple. This one is, you just with clay stuff, you had just hold the clay in your hand. You hold control and right click, and then you pick which one you want to do. This is the one I'm doing right here, shingles. So it's 12 shingles per. And then once I actually fire the shingles, then it's 3. I want to say it's like 3 shingles per roof tile. Oh, this is just the server restarting in 15 minutes. Ah. So that's a quarter of it. And we're already up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stacks. Oh. So this, if that's correct, we're getting like 28 stacks of shingles. uh, yeah, I definitely think I might have went a little overboard on this. There's no way that I'm going to end up getting done before the server restarts. So, I mean, I could try to get maybe one more row of 3 done. This is just boring and tedious. And the bad part is, like, the past nearly 2.5 hours of content has just been me doing this. Dang it. Almost. Come on. Dang it. Dang it. This right here is what I mean. One more shingle time. Oh. Mm. 5 hour mark. Very, very close. Our inventory's full. And there's the train. Gotta put down sticks first. Anyway, I am going to take a quick break. I'm going to get me maybe a snack or something. Try to push through this. Um, I think I think we might be able to finish up the at least harvesting of the shingles, and then Tomorrow during a morning stream, I might like fire up the shingles and that kind of stuff. Um, but yeah, I've seen. So I'm gonna go on a quick break, and I will be back. And don't worry, guys. This is not actually a break in the. I mean, it could be, but actually, yeah, yeah. So if you are watching on YouTube, then I will be back tomorrow. All right. Until then, You know what? Actually, guys, it's like 3:40 in the morning here. I got to get up early. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and raid out. Um, I will be back on tomorrow, though. Let's see here. Looks like Mr. Wiggly's playing Minecraft. Pastor Scar's playing Fortnite. User is playing Vintage Story. Really could boost him up. In all honesty, he's trying to go for. He needs the help for getting partner, or not partner, but affiliate. Unfortunately, user does have a mouth on him. I don't know how in the heck he keeps on going. He's been going for 11 hours now. It's like I need to get some sleep, bro. I got adulting to do. Yeah, let's go ahead and send user logs some love. Um, his follower count needs to get. He needs to get his follower count up a little bit. But he is playing on the same server that I am. He's playing on the Aura Fury server. It looks like he's in the process of getting some tin. So we're gonna go ahead and raid out over to him, and I'm gonna chill out here and eat my snack, and then I'm gonna get some sleep. I will be on tomorrow though. Okay. So thanks for hanging out, guys. I appreciate it, and I will see you on the flip side. This is Donnie Dreams saying God bless. Over and out. And as I said, he is intended for mature audiences. So if you don't want to raid, you don't have to. All right. I'll see you over there.
Yeah. Getting your raid on again. Man. You all make this like a weekly thing or something? whap, 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 whap. I feel like I need like some John Cena music and some air horns for when you guys come in. Yeah. Yeah, I need a lot of alerts. Honestly, probably need a schedule, but don't really want to schedule my gaming. I should do the alerts though. They don't actually require me to make a commitment. Yeah, that's great. Shit. Mm. Yeah, I feel that. Got a big day of telling one of my clients to go fuck themselves in the morning because they took too long and I can't fit them in the schedule now. But the hard part, all I gotta do is be polite. I just gotta be polite for 5 minutes. But thanks for thanks for watching today, man. Always good running into you. Well, good at you. Let me know when you get it done, and I'll probably come out your I'll come out your way and take a look. Maybe I'll see if I got an ebony seed sitting around or something. Or I'll bring you a stack. It's it's like a belated housewarming thing. It's a shingle warming gift. Later, Donnie. Rest well. Have a good day tomorrow. Here we go.
Good evening and welcome to the Spirit and Life Bible Study. My name is Jonathan. Our reader is Cara tonight, and our topic is to cast out demons. We've been looking at a series of the reasons why Jesus came into this world, and one of the reasons was clearly to cast out demons. He did a lot of healings. It's interesting to me that the healing of the sick is usually, generally in Scripture, not always, but usually contrasted with casting out demons. Casting out demons is something different from healing the sick. In fact, when you have a list of 4 things, you'll have healing the sick, casting out demons, cleansing the lepers, and raising the dead. And those seem to be 4 distinct things. So tonight we're talking about casting out demons and looking at what that means and how our world sees demons today, and what can we learn about our own minds and how we need to be in this world. So will you join me, friends, for that fun and an opening prayer? Perhaps of what the demons mean and the fact that there's people were said to be sacrificing to them. Let's ponder what that means. Turn to the right and go through Numbers to Deuteronomy. We find a similar statement in Deuteronomy chapter 32. In verse 17, and Moses is here sort of summarizing the history of the people, and he says in verse 17 there of Deuteronomy 32,
"They sacrificed to demons, not to God. To gods they did not know, to new gods, new arrivals that your fathers did not fear."
Yes, and I don't think it's gone entirely out of style in our world. There are probably still some Satanists who do things like this. But by and large, not many people literally sort of pour out libations to demons and call upon their name and, whatever you do for that nice ritual. And yet twice there in the Old Testament, it mentions the idea that the children of Israel had been doing this. So that seems important background to what we're about to read about Jesus casting out demons in the New Testament. Let's turn to the New Testament, to the Gospel of Matthew. Jump way ahead in the story here and go to Matthew chapter 8. And there's an interesting mention here. I've cut way down the list. There are many, many stories about casting out demons, but we're just picking select ones tonight. Chapter 8, verse 16.
When evening had come, they brought to him many who were demon-possessed, and he cast out the spirits with a word and healed all who were sick.
Now that's interesting because there you have, it does still seem to differentiate between healing those who are sick and casting out the demons. But isn't it interesting that the word demon is kind of glossed there as spirits, isn't it? It said they were demon-possessed, and then he cast out spirits. And dear reader, how did he manage to do that? What was his method?
He touched them. No.
And he cast out the spirits.
With a word.
With a word.
Sorry.
Interesting that it's a spoken thing. Like when he's healing the sick, he would touch them. We were reading about that a few weeks ago. But here, he says something, and that casts the demons out. And you see stories like this where he says something, and that drives them out. It gives us a little clue as to what this means, and we'll explore this more in a little bit. Turn to Matthew chapter 12, would you? Let's start at verse 22.
Then one was brought to him who was demon-possessed, blind and mute.
Oh, blind and mute, demon-possessed. I don't know if those are 3 things or the demon possession caused him to be blind and mute, but go on.
And he healed him, so that the blind and mute man both spoke and saw. And all the multitudes were amazed and said, "Could this be the son of David?" Now when the Pharisees heard it, they said, "This fellow does not cast out demons, except by Beelzebub, the ruler of the demons."
Yes, okay, so the ruler of the demons explains his amazing ability to, obviously the ruler of demons would be able to boss the other demons around. So he must be in good with the ruler of demons, and that's how he tells the demons. He can just say a word and they go out. So how does Jesus respond to that charge?
But Jesus knew their thoughts and said to them, "Every kingdom divided against itself is brought to desolation,
Oh,
and every city or house divided against itself will not stand.
huh.
If Satan casts out Satan, he is divided against himself. How then will his kingdom stand?"
Now, I enjoy this because rather than saying, that's not what I'm doing, he says, well, let's explore that for a moment. That's fascinating. Yeah, okay, so Satan is kicking Satan out. Well, you know, in any governmental structure, it's a sign of trouble when you have insurrection, when you have opposition within the same, you're supposed to be working together. And I'm actually concerned for Satan's kingdom if that's the case. I love this concern. Okay.
You may have heard that there are many scholars today who believe there is a secret within the 5 books of Moses. It was not originally a unified document, but was originally 4 separate sources that a redactor later combined into one. These original 4 sources had differences and contradictory stories, like different flood accounts or 2 separate creation accounts. The redactor combined them, attempting to make a unified document. This is called the documentary hypothesis, and it is a well-respected theory in the scholarship surrounding the Pentateuch and has a lot of scholarly proponents. However, there are also a lot of scholars that have challenged the documentary hypothesis and have argued the 5 books of Moses have a lot more unity than we realize. The documentary hypothesis is the view that the books of Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy were originally 4 separate sources called J, E, P, and D. J stands for the Yahweh source because it mostly wrote about God using the term Yahweh. E stands for the Elohim source because it mostly used the term Elohim for God. P is the priestly source, which included many of the priestly laws and holiness standards. And D stands for Deuteronomy. At some point, someone combined J, E, and P into the books we call Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, and Numbers, and then Deuteronomy was included at the end as Moses' final speech to Israel. When this happened, many stories of Israel's history were combined. It's theorized there were 2 creation accounts that became Genesis 1 and 2. There were 2 flood stories combined into one, 2 stories of Joseph being sold into slavery, and 2 accounts of the plagues in Egypt. A redactor allegedly took all these stories and combined them into their present form. An early and very popular form of the documentary hypothesis was proposed by Julius Wellhausen. He said there were originally 2 sources, J and E. E was the history of the northern kingdom of Israel, and J was the history from the kingdom of Judah. It may have been written as early as the reign of Solomon. After the northern kingdom fell, the 2 were combined into J-E. Later during Josiah's reforms, D was produced. And then in the 6th century, P was written and later combined with J and E. Now, although a lot of scholars that hold to the documentary hypothesis agree there were originally 4 separate sources, almost all of them disagree on what they were, when they were combined, how they were combined, when each hypothesized source was written, and many other minor issues. To cover some examples, Yehezkel Kaufman argued P was actually much older and should date to the 8th century BCE. Zioni Zevit suggested P could be as old as the 10th century. Gordon Wenham suggested J and E were really originally one document. Noose moves E to the 7th century. John Van Seters dissented from the consensus and placed J at a much later date, whereas Carberg pushed J back to around the 10th century. Erhard Bloom argued there was originally 2 compositions, a D and a P composition. Blenkinsop eliminates a J source. Scott denies the existence of J and E, and instead sees them as late post-exilic traditions, attempting to discredit pre-exilic traditions. George Fisher says that when it comes to the hypothesized P document, there is a disconcerting variety of positions among scholars who are experts in the field. This applies to the extent of the passages attributed to P, to its character, and its historical setting. As a result, they were all talking about different things, albeit using the term P. Furthermore, the language, the themes, and the style of these texts diverge quite a lot. P seems to be something of a chameleon. Fisher also notes their skepticism about the hypothesized J source, and many scholars have opted to refer to it as non-P. Uncertainty about a possible E source are further increased among scholars, and many deny it ever existed as an independent source. Other scholars hold to what is called the fragmentary hypothesis, which is the idea that there were various fragmented texts, documents, and oral traditions, and were combined when forming the Pentateuch. Some scholars opt for a supplementary hypothesis, which is the idea there was an early form of the Pentateuch, then it was slowly updated by a series of redactions and direct additions. And within these other two views, there are a variety of views as well. There are so many different approaches, it's impossible to cover them all. Scholars often seem to be working from entirely different premises. Jan Christian Gertz says, "The models continue to proliferate, but the communication seems only to diminish." Richard Hess, in speaking of the documentary hypothesis, says, "The concern here is that such widespread reordering of documents within the hypothesis destroys the neatly unified interpretation of the text, as advanced by its earlier proponents." So although proponents of the documentary hypothesis agree the Pentateuch was originally different sources, they all disagree on how to define them, how to separate each source out, and when they were written. So for this video, we'll just refer to the hypothesis as it is generally known. The idea J and E were combined into JE, then combined with P and Deuteronomy. Now, proponents of the documentary hypothesis do have reasonable arguments as to why they think the Pentateuch is a combination of 4 independent sources. For example, within the Pentateuch, we see stylistic variations, duplicate or similar narratives, repetitions, and different sections use different names for God, or different names for places and people. Mount Sinai is called Mount Horeb in other sections. Moses' father-in-law has 2 names. In fact, an early criterion for distinguishing between sources was that if a section of the Pentateuch used the name Yahweh, it likely was the J source, and if it used the term Elohim, it was either E or the P source. One of the biggest issues for source critics is finding a text with internal consistency. As Joel Baden says, "The hallmark of a unified composition, one created by a single author, is internal consistency, consistency of language and style, consistency of theme and thought, and above all, consistency of story." So the goal is to separate out sections of the Pentateuch into different sources, so that we have internal consistency across the board. Critics of the documentary hypothesis often note when we attempt to divide sources based on terms or stylistic variations, we can find literary styles assigned to P in what is a J text, or J terms or style in P, and vice versa. The scholar Joel Baden responds by noting that the defining criterion should actually be narrative flow. Attempting to divide sources on thematic and structural features does not necessarily work, because themes are, for the most part, not unique to a given source. Instead, Baden says the way we identify sources is through their narrative unity and flow. Stylistic features and changes in terms are secondary criteria. In other words, in some of the narrative sections of the Pentateuch, there are too many contradictions in what is recorded. We take something like the flood account and split it up based on the differences in the narrative, like how many animals were brought onto the ark, or which type of bird Noah released, then 2 distinct narratives emerge. Narrative flow should be the defining characteristic for determining sources on Baden's account. Baden's approach to the documentary hypothesis is a superior attempt to divide up sources in my view, and in future videos, we'll address the claim that some of the specific narratives of the Pentateuch are hopelessly contradictory and cannot work as a unified narrative. But for now, we'll focus generally on the documentary hypothesis and some of the problems with it. Although the documentary hypothesis has many proponents, it appears to have just as many, or even more, critics. In European scholarship, the documentary hypothesis has mostly fallen out of favor. Christine Hayes summarizes many of the problems with the hypothesis. One being that the whole approach may be an attempt to thrust our cultural standards onto the ancient world, and not read the Pentateuch alongside how other ancient texts were composed.
Sometimes picking apart the sources can become dry and mechanical, sometimes to the point of absurdity. Some of the people who have carried this method to its extreme will go through and almost word for word, this is J, this is E, the next word is P. It's quite remarkable how certain they feel that they can break things down almost on a word-to-word basis, as if an editor sat there with scissors and paste and were cutting out word for word and putting them together. It sometimes can reach heights of absurdity, and it can really destroy the power of a magnificent story sometimes when you carve it up into pieces that on their own don't really make all that much sense. It needs to be remembered that the documentary hypothesis is only a hypothesis, an important one and a useful one, and I certainly have used it myself. But none of the sources posited by critical scholars has been found independently. We have no copy of J, we have no copy of E, we have no copy of P by itself or D by itself. So these reconstructions are based on guesses. Some of them are excellent guesses, very well supported by evidence, but some of them are not. Some of the criteria invoked for separating the sources are truly arbitrary and extraordinarily subjective. They are sometimes based on all sorts of unfounded assumptions about the way texts were composed in antiquity. And the more that we learn about how texts in antiquity were composed, we realize that it's perhaps not unusual for a text to use two different terms for the same thing within one story. Since we find texts in the 16th, 17th century BCE on one tablet using two different terms for a story, for two different terms to connote the same thing. So the criteria that are invoked for separating sources often ignore the literary conventions of antiquity. And the more that we learn about that, the better able we are to understand the way the biblical text was composed.
In my view, one of the biggest problems is the documentary hypothesis ignores many literary conventions of the ancient Near East. It assumes doublets, repetitions, and variations are best explained by positing a combination of different sources, instead of them merely being aspects of the literary conventions of the ancient world. As many scholars have asked, if the doublets in the final form of the Pentateuch were not a problem for the hypothesized redactor, why would they have been a problem for an original author who could have composed a Pentateuch with these features? Many years ago, Kenneth Kitchen presented a survey of various texts from the ancient world that have many of the features we find in the Pentateuch. He said that Hebrew literature shows very close external stylistic similarities to the other ancient Oriental literatures, among which, and as part of which, it grew up. Now, nowhere in the ancient Orient is there anything which is definitely known to parallel the elaborate history of fragmentary composition and conflation of Hebrew literature, or marked by just such a criteria as the documentary hypotheses would postulate. Kitchen cites the Karnak Poetic Stele and the Gebel Barkal Stele, which contain duplicate accounts, first in general terms, and then followed by a narrative in more specific terms. Royal inscriptions from Urartu have doublets of victories achieved by the king. Kitchen says we have an H source, brief fixed style, howdy the victor, and K source, detailed varying formula, king as victor, if conventional literary criticism be applied. We see deities are called by different names or titles in different sections of unified works. On the Berlin Stele, we see multiple names and titles used for the god Osiris. In the Laws of Lipit Ishtar, Enlil is called by another name in the prologue. In the prologue of the Coda Hammurabi, we have Ishtar, referred to by two names, and Nintu, also called Mama. Multiple deities in the Enuma Elish have different names. The same phenomena can be seen in Canaanite, Old Arabian, and Hittite texts. Using different names is not necessarily a sign of a different author. As George Fisher remarked, the change between name and general noun, with or without article, seems to indicate specific nuances, according to the context and speaker. For varying place names, like Sinai and Horeb, the Merneptah Stele uses 2 names for Egypt and 5 names for the city of Memphis. On the Stele of King Kamos, we see 5 different terms for boat varied throughout. In the contendings of Horus and Seth, we see 2 forms of personal pronouns. Egyptian texts also have literary works that vary in style. The biographical inscription of the Egyptian official Uni includes a narrative, a section of summary statements, a victory hymn, and 2 different refrains. The kings of Urartu also wrote with different styles and formulas. Interestingly enough, Kitchen also notes that the covenant formula, as woven throughout Exodus to Leviticus, matches the structure of Hittite treaties from the 2nd millennium BCE. But source critics often divide these chapters between different sources. Kitchen says, "We are being asked to believe in a series of separate documents, JE, the fragments of D, suspiciously unique in form, that were combined in the course of centuries so that, by some miracle unexplained, each resulting conflated covenant corresponded with real forms, particularly of the long past late second millennium, quite unknown to the imagined redactors. In other words, the way the Sinai covenant and its renewals are given in the current form have an early analog found in the surrounding culture, Hittite treaties from the second millennium. So it would be odd that what we see in Exodus and Leviticus was originally different sources, and then when they were combined, miraculously matched the same structure and formula we find in Hittite treaties. Given this comparison, it seems reasonable what we find in the Pentateuch was originally a unified document that was updated and supplemented over time. Kitchen's survey is not meant to show these other texts are exactly like the Pentateuch, but merely that we can find similar practices, like doublets, repetitions, and multiple names in ancient texts. The idea of these features in the Pentateuch necessarily imply multiple sources is not true. Original texts could use these same techniques without being a patchwork of multiple sources. As Joshua Berman said, examples serve as a warning flag for scholars looking to parse the text on the basis of their own notions of literary unity. The ancient text is a minefield of literary phenomena that are culturally dependent. The diachronic scholar, who treads there based solely on his own modern notions of literary unity, risks serious interpretive missteps. Additionally, other scholars have found similar results when analyzing other ancient texts. Joshua Berman adds that in the Sephirah treaties, the pronouns switch between singular and plural. Richard Hess cites the text Enki and Nimma, which seems to preserve a double story of a creation-related myth, in a similar way to what we find in Genesis 1-2. Ellis Baker and A. Wells note the Middle Egyptian tombs contain formulas in classical Middle Egyptian, but contain articles of colloquial speech not found in Middle Egyptian, thereby switching back and forth from different types of language. James W. Watts notes Egyptian myths, mortuary autobiographies, and royal inscriptions often switch from prose to hymnic poetry and back again. Joshua Berman studied the Kadesh inscription from Egypt, which is considered to be the closest parallel to the texts of Exodus 14 and 15, both from biblical and extra-biblical sources. So many scholars have noted the style and nature of the Kadesh inscription likely had early influence on biblical styles of writing. But Berman notes the Kadesh inscription, although composed by one author, is nevertheless rife with the types of intertensions and contradictions that often lead modern critics to the conclusion of revision and redaction within the text of the Hebrew Bible. It appears that Ramesses II commissioned two differing and conflicting accounts of the Battle of Kadesh and placed them side by side at several monumental sites. The two narratives are referred to as the poem and the bulletin in different style, narrative, and terminology. The poem gives credit to the role of Amun, whereas the bulletin does not mention Amun, but gives all credit to the valor of Ramesses. The poem reports the Egyptians were on the march and suddenly ambushed by the Hittites, whereas the bulletin records a long scene where the Egyptians captured two spies and revealed the plan of the ambush. Ramesses held an extended council and ordered his rear troops to make haste to catch up. There is no mention of this episode in the longer poem. The bulletin only records one battle scene, whereas the poem records three battle scenes that unfolded, and then proceeds to include several events that are not mentioned in the bulletin. Both accounts list 16 nations that joined the Hittite coalition, but only 14 are common to both. Two differ in both accounts, and neither are written in the same order. The bulletin reports the Hittites surprised Ramesses and his men. On the other hand, the poem reports the Hittites attacked a pre-division, then scouts reported this to Ramesses, who is north of Kadesh. Berman also notes there are stylistic differences between the two accounts. Some 4/5 of the poem is verse, while only about a quarter of the bulletin is verse. The poem routinely alternates between first-person and third-person narration, while narration in the bulletin is nearly entirely reported in the third person. The bulletin refers to the Hittite king, and the Hittites generally as the fallen ones of Hatti, in nearly every reference to the Hittites, some 13 times total. Of 11 references to the Hittites by name in the poem, this appellation appears only twice. Complicating matters even more, a third account of the battle is depicted in bas-reliefs that also contain differences. The reliefs state Ramesses was trapped and surrounded by the Hittites until an elite Egyptian fighting force arrived and rescued the king. The bulletin doesn't mention this. Instead, Ramesses is the one who fights his way out of the ambush. and the poem doesn't report Ramesses was surrounded. Egyptologists agree the bulletin and the poem were written at the same time and by the same author. So the existence of the Kadesh inscription shows us differing accounts and different styles of writing can exist within a single text from the ancient world, and shows up in a text that has cultural affinity to the biblical texts. We do not assume that such literary differences could not have existed within an ancient work, merely because today we find this problematic. As Berman says, the conventions that guided composition of ancient texts must be learned. They cannot be assumed. Alan Lenz also warns that we run the risk of imposing modern literary expectations on ancient texts, and thereby inventing problems to which revision is the solution. Kenneth Kitchen draws attention to two of the Amarna letters, which have the same author. In the two letters, he complained about the same incident to the pharaoh, that Apiru had raided local towns. Kitchen notes there are slightly different formulas in the two letters, and he cannot be split into an equivalent of J and